Okay, checking my audio. It's good. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream of the Discourager of Hesitancy. Today, let's line out some tasks. Yesterday we got the screen resize working. So we need to lay out main menu for multiple screen sizes. We need to lay out GameScene for multiple screen sizes. We can grab this one. I can't really stay late today, so we'll get as far as we can, but as we approach 5 o'clock, we may, if we run out of things that I think I can get done before 5 o'clock, we will maybe play a game or something until 5, but I can't go past today. Yeah, so I think that's the plan. I honestly thought that the multiple screen sizes was going to take me a lot longer than it did, so that's encouraging. The main menu layout will be simple. The game layout will be unfortunate because we've resized the screen, so now all of our layout is broken, and we need to do new art anyways now that we have the final screen sizes set. Depending on how fast this goes, maybe we'll upgrade crappy programmer art to mediocre programmer art. But we'll see how the time goes. So I think laying out the main menu shouldn't take us too long. The game menu layout's going to be a little bit on the painful side. That sprint mode start timer will not be hard, but we might use the opportunity to update some tech. EggTimer and Stopwatch. Okay. Which relates to the sprint mode timer things. There are multiple areas in the code where I'm keeping track of an accumulated time, and it would be easier if I just had a class that counted up or counted down. So we might go that way. Okay, game plan set. Beverage of choice just about ready for use. Kit playing on an ocarina, if you can hear that. So it is not my computer melting down. All right, let's do a clean and build and see where everything's at. The gum chewing. Hmm. Well, this is building. Gameplay. I would consider animating level transitions or scene transition. But build's done. So take a look at where we left off yesterday. Go to settings, and I realized this after the stream. You can't really see the screen resizing when I change the size. It does change on my screen, but then OBS scales it to fit this area that I've defined. So I wonder if I can, if there's a property, capture method, match title. Yeah, there's not really a way for me to say, don't scale this to this area. So that's unfortunate. You can't see my lovely screen size changes, but what you can see is if we go back to the main menu, this is how it's laid out. But if we make it bigger, my screen is, now we've got a lot more room underneath. We can make that even more pronounced. Something like that. Yeah, so there's just so much dead space around here. These did not scale with the rest of that. So that's what we're going to fix. This scaled with the screen. Interesting. It's coming in with the indicator pointing at 1024 by 768, even though that's not the size. All right, so we got to fix that. Okay. I know what happened. To layout. New resolution. So here we said do layout 0, 0. It's not quite right. Make a nice little helper function. It needs almost nothing from the class. And it basically does this. We need to pass in the width. A new W. We want width. So basically all we're doing is we're saying if there's any rounding errors or if the window frame is different. We're just finding the closest thing to one of our known sizes. So if it's really close to 1024, we'll use that. We do change the sign if we have to, if it's a negative or a positive. Do we have to do that? We could make sure. So width is 1024 or bigger, so it will always be positive. So this one's unnecessary. We'll leave it in. It's fine. New resolution. So what we need is result equals -1. New resolution becomes result. Return the result. There, that's that. We're going to need that. We get our new resolution and we do our layout based on the last resolution and the new resolution. Boom. Here. We just get the render frame width. And do layout from resolution index to resolution index. That should fix that. We don't need comments here. I can't remember semicolons, apparently. I'm pretty sure I actually type them. It's just, I don't always hit the key hard enough. I think my keyboard is slowly dying. I have to hit certain keys harder and harder. So we come in here, it slid down to 1920. We pop back into settings, it does remember where it was. So, okay. And, yeah, back. There we go. Good. Back. Good. Excellent. Default pointed screen size to 1024 by 768 and not the actual screen size. Fixed. All right, easy. We could take the way the it says add. Fixed settings, scene. Pointing to current screen size. Enter. Just at 1024 by 768. There we go, easy. All right, back to the journal. We're laying out the main menu. We were just testing and found a new bug, so fixed that. Hallelujah. Here's where we have to go. Let's make a function called void do layout, just like before. And it's going to behave very similarly, and there's not that many elements, so this should not take long. If I do it right, we'll get to the point where whatever size I choose, we enter the main menu scene, and then you won't be able to see it, that spacing change when I resize. It'll look the same to you whatever size I pick. That's the plan. So anywhere where we set rectangle or text sizes, it's going to come in here. The camera is updated when we enter the scene. It's initialized then. So that's fine. These rectangles. And these labels. What else do we need? Anything else in here for setup? Colors, we don't care about those. Note scale, play mode. Colors. I'm gonna do layout. And here we go. So one thing I know is all the buttons are the same width. So just like before, we're gonna do a const int, or no, well, yeah, int button width equals 250. Let's setting scene. Divide by our width. Okay. 1024.0 times 250. Or we get frame height just like we did here. Use it too many times, it's not useful. So basically what I'm saying is I want it 250 pixels wide on a 1024 wide screen. So we find that ratio, multiply that by the frame width, not height, and that will give me the height of the button. So if we divide by 1024 and multiply by 1024, they cancel. We can make this maybe slightly more readable by deleting parentheses. That should work. We're going to do the same thing with height, except instead of it's the frame width, it's frame height, and that's the 50, right? So these are the button widths there. So it'll just be 50, and it'll be over 768. The height of our initial window layout stuff. Okay. These are the big buttons, so big button width, big button height. That's where I see 250. I replace with big button width. We need small buttons. Some of these are 200 by 40. Or 225 by 40. There we go. Kind of want the arrow cursor to follow these three as well. I think that's better than the grading out I'm doing right now. So we may do that. Add a note to the old journal. main menu, selection pointer, like screen size in settings. Not grayed out buttons. Just aesthetically and design sensibilities, graying out usually means disabled. Okay, so there's that. 225 by 40, so 25 gets small button width. And 40 gets small button height. And 50 becomes big button height. Okay. Pardon me. The allergies are going. Ugh. Okay. Okay, so that's I'm gonna change the size of these buttons more. 200 with small button. There. I'm not sure why those were different size, but it's fine. Okay. Text sizes, we'll get 2. Label. What label was that? Is that our title? Is this even being used? Wow, label is not being used. Alright, unit time. Oh wait, well, okay. You know what? Might as well just do this now, huh? Label chosen play mode. Maybe we were testing something back in the day. Chosen resolution, 192. We'll use that same color. 2. 2 for now. Just a second. Okay. So this label Gonna get some special treatment here in a minute. Yeah, I must have been testing something else. Everywhere frame width comes in, we can replace those with convenient theme just to make it a little smaller. This is our y actually. Y equals 100. Y plus equals our button height plus 10 pixel spacer. So we need a space int for these small ones it was 325 plus 40 puts me at 325 plus 40 365. Oh no, these are the big ones. That's fine. It's these small spaced ones, which are at 40 plus 10 plus 40 plus 10. Yeah, so the spacing is fine. To be consistent with the setting scene, we have a big space and we have a small space. One is 10, one is... So all of these buttons are laid out with respect to small space. Plus equals a step. This will be a little bit easier to read, I think. I think that's a little bit more clear. Why is the big button height plus a small space? So we're going to do that. We're going to do a small space equals integer cast of frame height times the small space would be 5.0 over 768. And the big space will be 10 pixels. Okay, perfect. I feel like my screen is growing dim. Why is that? Like I'm losing. There it goes. Gosh. Okay. Odd. So in this case, step is going to be small button and a small space. Plus equals a step. y plus equals a step. Now instead of a step, we're going to add a small button height and a big space. Go back to big. There we go. So we're getting a big button. Move down, narrow space, narrow space, narrow space. After small buttons, we're stepping the size of a button and a big space, and big button, big space to the bottom. Okay, fonts. Size. Okay. So one thing I like is this is a lot more compact than this. We're gonna we're going to make this change. One step at a time. These are not reused values. Really, the math isn't that rocket sciencey, and if we are just consistent between files, we won't have to think about it as hard. We're just standardizing on one way of doing things. Okay, so these all go away. Oh, geez. Okay, well, that did not do what I wanted at all. Search for integer, parentheses, mark, search for asterisk. There we go. There. Yeah, that actually worked a lot better. I'm not using step at all. Okay. That's looking much better. Okay. Gonna give us a Y. Y plus equals a big button height plus a big space. There we go. That, I think, is going to be much more readable. And like I said, we're just going to be consistent. That's Maybe we take. Good heavens. Maybe we take X. Like this. Then we can shrink things even further. This thing gets just X and Y. Okay. Quite like that. Okay, and before basically the simpler I make it in this pass on the main menu in the settings scene, like bringing them into alignment in the way that I lay out this do layout, it's going to become like a big copy paste. We'll be able to leverage a lot of the same techniques, and it'll be as readable in all the different locations. So I'm shooting for a bit of consistency here. So resolution label y plus equals a big button height in a small space. Now, so that's basically this line here. So this one goes away. We keep this y. This x just means we're going to take our x plus big button height for these buttons. So they're going to be indented. Everywhere I see step, I should replace it with that. So step can go away. Now this rectangle actually gets very easy. Plus small button height. That's our indent. I don't think that's right. Yes, I know. Plus big button height. Okay, so we want big button height. Okay. Now, the chosen resolution gets a position. And it chooses its Y. Based on this thing. Oh. Okay, so this is literally just X again. Bold Y, small button, yeah. Okay, much more readable. We get our new Y. Okay, so we need something like this in main menu. Here's the animation, that's not rocket science. Here's the last movement. This is back to X. Frame height minus the big button height plus the big space. Oh. Okay, this is not the same. Frame width minus big button width plus space. We're gonna leave that there, that's fine. Because this doesn't sit in the same line as everything else. I mean, we could make it in the same line as everything else. Why not? Let's put it in line with everything else. Not at the very bottom corner of the screen. Means when I laid out these buttons, I need a Y plus equals a small button height plus a big space. Will be the Y for this button. Then we'll do all of this fiddling. Old Y, new Y. Old Y. New Y. Then text settings. Okay. So that actually separates things nicely. Oh, okay. Nothing in the chat. Just keep grinding then. Text sizes. Okay, so the big buttons get 24, these get 18, that's all fair. Yeah. What we need then are the play button, that's a big one. The settings button. The about button. These ones are all big. $24. In this case, it's 32. We can literally just steal this. Let's reframe this like we did the other one. Frame height times that junk. Height times okay. Big label font size. Now, the only thing missing is that moving of that arrow. So we're not going to see that arrow at all. It'll be fine to get started. Setting scene. We do not have to set the viewport because we are not resizing while we're in the main menu. So this is a single one-off special layout for setting scene. We don't have to copy these two things. Okay. Let's just see how it looks. Oh no. Oh, yeah. I did rename that. X not no longer exists. Yep, that's fair. We cannot add to a constant, which we will need to do later. Next is going to be this thing. Marathon. We're just gonna go with X plus small button height. Plus small button height. Y, Y. These lines really aren't that long. Okay. We could do this. Make it even more. So I'm usually target about 120 character width. So if I type meta 120 forward character and I'm not on the same line, that means this is way less than 120. Alternatively, I could do 120. That's how much room I have to play with. So putting these things on the same line is not, it's not ruin anything. And it actually, I think, makes it more readable because these are like pairs of things that have to happen, right? We have to set something's rectangle and then advance the y coordinates so we aren't running into the previous thing. So this doesn't, this is good. You know what? This will misalign a bunch of stuff, but that is better. Oh, that looks nice. Like I said, I've got 120 character width to deal with. For a while, I had an actual mark in Emacs that would keep track of that for me, but it's been long enough that I ended up taking it out at one point. I don't remember why it was annoying me. Okay, so that should fix a lot of the issues we're running into. Ooh, step. Step. Might as well lay out this one the same. Oh, and we haven't even really even done with this layout piece yet. So those are all Y. There, that's actually pretty good. Let's see how much damage I did. And it's not right. Wait, this way up here. Play, settings. Because that is not a plus equals, which it should be. Okay. That defaulted to 0, 0, so that's fine. These bugs do not line up with this. So that's awkward. I think I know why. Oh, no. Can't do that way. Okay, those line up like I want. No, I don't like this grayed out text. It looks like the button is disabled. So we're going to make this point to the selected play mode. Which is actually much simpler than the settings one I was thinking about. Okay. I think it's in game context. Play mode is the selected mode. So there's a difference between the mode and the selected mode, in that the selected mode changes when the main menu clicks a button. But this mode is the mode that you last played in. So for when we start recording playback, this is the one we will record after the playthrough, and you click save replay. This is the one that will save, not this one, because they might be in the main menu clicking away at this. That mode will not be there. Okay, so easiest thing to do is underscore label chosen play mode dot set rectangle. Give it a rectangle, and it's going to be at X. But it's Y, it's going to be equal to one of these buttons. So let's steal that from settings. This part is actually pretty okay. So our new Y is Uh, if it's just unset. Button. Marathon. Oops. Marathon, sprint. Game context. Selected mode. Game context. Play mode. What's that? Okay. Marathon. Sprint. Or UI, and it gets small button height, small button height. That is it. So when we pop in, uh-oh, needs another parentheses. You have to keep the parentheses matched up, or else it doesn't work. Hey, it's pointing at marathon. Now, is that set to the 32? That must be centered. So we just change the alignment. Let's get that settings. See. Hey, that looks pretty good. Although, this is not centered anymore, or anything close to it, like this is. Why did that stop centered? All right. X is frame height minus the big button's width divided by 2. Oh, frame width, not frame height. Worse. Aha. Much better. We don't have to start at 100 pixels off. That's just where I put it. Eventually, we'll add some graphics to this thing, to all of these. So in theory, if we come over here and we change the screen size, this should look about the same on the OBS as it did on the other size, which, let me... Wait, it looks reasonable to me. Okay, last thing, we need to make this thing animate up and down when we click a different one. And stop changing the text colors. Select play mode. They're going to stop changing colors. We don't want that there anymore. Setting scene. We have to compute our new y based on the selected mode. And this is the part that needs the animation. So, if we're using animations and the full play mode equals that before we override it. Actually, we can make this even simpler. Why are we doing this? If these are not equal, then we do things. Then we compute a new y value. Move to x and do y, except the x is where it already was, because where we set it is fine. Dot rect or bounding rectangle dot x. We have already tested this up here, right? Yeah. Now I just need to animate it. So let's go to setting scene, where we set up the actual animation. We're going to copy that, just make some changes as needed. So sequence equals the new action sequence. It'll be unique, it'll wait. This scene doesn't have a lot of animations, so it's fine. Play animation. Quarter-second audio out. Set range. Chosen play mode. Play mode. Play mode. And the new Y we found. That might just be it. Now, when we click a button, whoop, over. Go to sprint mode. Then we back out. It's still on sprint. Play. Surrender, go back. Okay, this is working. Very good. I think we call that a win. And this is now stylistically more consistent with this. I think eventually we will have things like VSync screen size back on this side. and game specific stuff on this side, like animations on or off, and the, what is the preset letters to reject, and what colors do you want to see for rejected or correct for those who are colorblind. But yeah, this stylistically is more consistent. Very good. We're gonna do it. So journal. Okay. And now settings and main menu scenes do their layout in a consistent way that I think is about as readable as you can get. So we're gonna add this task here because we did it. This one. Put those next to each other. Applied screen size and sensitive layout to main menu to selection arrow like settings scene does. For play mode like scene does. For screen resolution screen size. Okay. Um, Main menu play mode indicated with pointer. There we go. Good. All right. Okay, the game scene is going to be potentially a lot more painful. Where are we at? 2 o'clock. It's almost snack time already. Okay, well, game scene is gonna suck. But we have a good practice now. So we can actually probably steal quite a lot from the main menu scene. Start by grabbing the frame width and frame height so we don't have to reference the renderer over and over again. More for my typing convenience than anything. Positions and sizes. Okay. Oof. Let's just grab this for now. Text size will have to go here. And we want an example of an X scale and a Y scale here. We want an example of the full positioning of a thing. For text size, we want basically examples of all of that. So that's the same layout as main menu. Everything we need will be very similar to here. The difference is right there. Okay. So let's go see. Yep, this is going to be pretty ugly. So basically everything here that has a rectangle in it book layout. Okay, why don't we just move all of this inside the text layout. We have a couple of set rectangles here. And this thing. These all were happening. Oops. Between where this function used to end and that. There. All right. So what we want is anything that was font size related. Okay, so set font size happens inside of initial text layout. I hope not anywhere else. Yep. And set text size is not used anywhere. Okay, good. So this is going to get renamed. Wait. I'll come back to that. We need this thing for the clear. There we go. Okay, hopefully. Oh. Hopefully this is breaking too many things. Let's rename this. This is init. Game elements, I guess. Bad damages. What happened? Okay. like I said, we will change a lot of this as we go through the actual layout process for screen resolution independence. Unused variables are fine because we aren't actually using them yet. Let's just make sure it actually runs and loads things, and the layout is wrong. And that's okay because we did change the actual screen size here. So things are going to be a little bit more stretched vertically than we're used to. And horizontally. But not very much. The vertical stretch is more because of this window title bar that we now no longer need to account for. So, okay, things are laid out. Okay. Right. Time to get serious. Word width, word height. Oh, so here's, we should probably look at the game scene without the scaling in. So we go to settings and we make it much larger. Then we hit play. Yeah, a lot of this is nowhere near where it needs to be. So that's the problem. It used to be this size here. That's what we gotta fix, just for reference. Okay, so all of this will be adjusted for here. Word width probably relates to guess width. So the current guess, the guesses themselves, X, Y, word width. So we are using the same word width for both the current guess, which has no number on the end, and the recorded guesses, which do have a space and a number on the end. I find that interesting. Where else is word width being used? Oh, goodness. Oh, as a way of computing the X offset for the letters. Yep, that'll be a fun one. The letters are always interesting. These are the deduction letters. Well, we need to just start moving some of this stuff out. So this font size. Let's just find all the font size. This one. Good. Per letter. Those are going to be the font size. For deduction. All the looping ones down here. Additional ones. And these ones. Okay. We now know all the font sizes we need. Are 24 or 32 or 16. So 24, 16, and I said 32. There, no. 32 is a big font size. This is a mid font size. So anywhere where it says font size will be a mid font size. And 16 becomes a small font size. There. That should take care of that. There should be no other set font sizes. No. So mid font size times 3/4. Should be fine. We'll put this stuff inside of init game elements, as this is no longer at all about layout. more callbacks at least set. Oh, we don't. Okay. Current text gets itself set up. Oh dear. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a somewhat painful, tedious process, I'm afraid. So what we're going to do is we're going to start separating the idea of positions from the rest of this. Let's see, 116, 114. So here we get positional information. We get a guess index, alignment, rectangle. So we're going to grab this, go down here, everything that's not about positions goes away. And then everything to do with positions goes away. Okay, not too bad. Level label. More golf stuff. So if we're in golf mode or sprint mode, set those positions. Okay, I got the letters. Okay, the main thing we want in here is that. That's it. Everything else can come down. We don't care about those. Oh. That there. Okay, but otherwise, we get the Y offset, we get an X offset. If it's the row is 7 wide, blah blah blah. They don't care about text, font, color, or alignment here. Okay, so I should more or less do that. introduction letters. While we're here, we don't care about those things at all. When we're here, we don't care about these things at all, or that. This will need to go away with graphics eventually. Okay, we don't care about the text, or the font, or the color, or the alignment. Or the text, the font, the color, or the alignment. Yes. Pardon me. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, first frame. We're using first frame to debug things. We can remove that. I think. Yep, message text. GameScene. Oh, thing. Oh. Several rectangles and books. Okay, that's all the positional stuff we have to do now. So close. Except each section is laid out somewhat independently of the other sections, so this is going to be interesting. Margin, I guess, based on frame height. Spacing similar. Out of curiosity, in the main menu scene. Yeah, the spacings are all fine as well. Okay. We do not need this anymore. These positions and sizes. Oof. All right, so these three labels go at the top of the screen. Centered. Then probably the next thing to lay out is the current guess. Then the guesses themselves within the bookshelf. If we get that far, oh, it's 2:30. Where are we at? Okay. Let's see if we can get this far. This is where we need to pause. All right, so now this y offset is wrong because the image has stretched. Do I remember what the old screen size was? We could. Okay. Const int top text width will be equal to frame width times a thing, which in this case is 300. There, x will equal this.
Okay.
Okay, they are all 20 tall or 40. Little label. We can use letter height, I guess. No. Get a title height. For now, it will be 40. Score height. Wait. Will be 20. These are heights, not widths. Okay. Height. Score height. Score height. I'm going to start replacing this with width. This with right. So this 10 is our Y, which I guess will just be margin. Elliot, Ellen. Y plus equals top or title height plus spacing, because that was at 10 plus the title height, which is 40 plus 10, which is 50, which is not quite right. Oh, yes, we don't add spacing in there. Y. All the rest of this layout is going to be interesting. Just a moment. Ooh, yeah, my allergies are destroying me. Okay. So arguably, margin and spacing are super important, and those ones are the top three. Labels, which is here. I kind of don't want to lay out anything else just yet. Let's comment out everything. Oh, not the font sizes though. We do want those to scale. Just get the titles working. Hmm. Yeah, so I already have this in here. Okay. We've already got that one. Width and spacing. Okay, so it should take care of a lot of that nonsense. Yeah, we're just kind of at the grindy part of this. Spacing? I'm not using anywhere. Word width, word height, letter height. Yep, okay. Let's just see how it looks. Okay. The title is nowhere to be seen. Although that may be a color thing. It's one thing we gotta put back in right now. Where we set the background image. Frame width. This one. The play mat. Oh, what I want to do? That should come above this. This should need no explanation. There we go. Oof. Snack time already. Okay. Oh, I better know what's going on. Do the layout. We're gonna initialize the game elements. This is gonna be our fonts, our colors, the callbacks, etc., etc. Then we're gonna lay them all out. We can do this in either order. Knit animations. There's a couple of animations that we store and reuse instead of creating them on the fly as needed. This may go away someday. Let's see here. Yeah, it's just the banner, and I want to rework the banner anyways. So that will probably go away soonish. And then we say set up for the next level. Okay. That's how the do layout is called. It should do a better job. Okay, there it is. You can't click the back button, so test the other things. We just have to change the mode. There's the time. It starts. And we're testing golf mode. So the total guesses is updating, so we're not breaking anything. Okay. That's pretty good progress, actually. Now this Y offset is where the top of the current guess you're typing is, the one at the top of the bookshelf. Minus the word height. This position is computed very, very badly. I remember it was very fiddly. basically based off the position that centers it over these two columns. But these y's are based off this one. Okay. Let's just do this. It is probably not great. We'll simplify it here in a bit. Let's just see where it shows up. Okay, that is reasonably centered. But I don't like it. And it's just a scotch too high. $105. Okay. Because we were adding in rather strange word offsets and word widths and things. The fact of the matter is we come in one word margin from this edge. Well, here. These are the two positions for a word. Spacing off the margin, plus spacing to put it on the bookshelf, plus the word width. Or just the margin off the... Oh no, this is the spacing between the bookshelf, in the middle of the bookshelf. Ugh. So what this X is, another word width. So this is the width of both words, the space in between them, and the margin. So in other words, the far right edge of the words on the bookcase. And the margin is the left edge of the books on the bookcase. Which is the width. So that's the width of the words on the bookcase. Plus another word width for the word on top that we want to center. Divide it all by 2. Then add the margin at my X. Y is fine. Maybe I'll give that just word width and word height. I kind of don't like it. Actually, let me just see what happens. Okay. That's not where we want it, but it's actually a good... Therefore, we must change. We're going to change. I want this done in the other order. I want to place the guesses first, then the current guess. Okay. So, playmat, top labels, guesses. So we're going to say X equals margin y equals 105 plus a margin plus word height plus spacing. It's basically the top current guess plus the height of the current guess plus the spacing. Y offset. Oh no. This takes care of that correctly. Okay. We get the guess index. Set the rectangle equal to. Oh my gosh, that x coordinate is. Oh, okay. 20 plus index minus 2, 0. Where's this 20 coming from? Plus the width of the outside of the. So that's where 20 comes from. This 105 needs to not be. Frame height times 105 by 768. Ugh. Frame width times 20 divided by 24. Plus the margin. So this 20 can go away. If it's even, we just get x plus word width plus spacing. Y word width word height. Otherwise, we just get x. Put those. Remove the comparison from 0. Column. If it's an even column, it's on the left side. It's not a column to the right side. That's probably easier to read. Computer Y. The X is equal to guess is text sub 0 dot, so the 0 point is on the left, so dot left. This is text sub 1, right. So that's the width of both of them, the full width of the text, plus word width divided by 2 because that is how far I have to move relative to this. Oh goodness. Oh boy. Right up. Hey Brian, how's it going? Welcome back. Oh no. This stream may not be the most exciting one. We're relaying out everything in a screen size insensitive way. So that when I change the screen size, everything still displays correctly. And that window is being automatically rescaled in OBS, so you don't see the difference in those screen sizes. But that means we're laying things out correctly, if that's the case. So coming here, I've not laid out most of the junk anymore. It's all stuck up in this upper corner. We're slowly putting things back where they belong, like the level label is up there. So that's definitely wrong. That's shockingly not that bad. Okay. I think what we need is to not add this quantity back in. I think I'm being overzealous and put things back in. So we are mostly just doing math. Oh, interesting. That's still the wrong position. Part of our problem is the screen is now stretched slightly to where we laid things out the first time, so none of my alignments are going to work. But we are much closer. This is almost livable. If we just let's try stump, even chips, proud, lines match. DD flogs, jacks, wax. We're way above. Now we're just about centered. So let's see here. Ink, human, guard. So here at this top level, we are almost right on where we want to be. And then every word It's a little bit more layout. So we either need to make our words slightly taller or the spacing slightly taller. So we go to spacing, let's make it 11 pixels, and the word height, which has stretched at 41 pixels. Let's see what that does to it. What we need to do though is make new art that's not stretched. And then get our X's and Y's from the art. Ooh, that's pretty close. Need logs, checks, waxed. Yeah, so we're a little bit at the top. So maybe if we change spacing one more pixel. That will just about fit. That looks like that's a pretty good layout. And the current guess has a decent height. But I'm not computing this right. So if I take this and this, and I add them together and I average them, that gives me this point here. Minus half this width. I'm adding that width. So here's where I find the average of these two minus that one divided by 2. Ugh. This part is slightly grindy. Okay, that's actually close. One question I have: am I not centering that text? If we center that text, it might just fix it. Init game elements. Guess text center left. Okay. Centered. That might just fix it, and we'll be done with this piece. This piece. I don't like that. We do have to be left aligned. And we have to add a manual offset. Because it can't just center that block. Okay. That's reasonable. We can do that. It has to be left aligned for this to work the way we want. It's plus, I don't know, 15. Let's go see what that does. Oh, what are you working on today, Brian? add 50. Maybe it's something like 35. Oh, yeah. There, good enough. Okay. Now the ultimate test. If I resize the screen to something larger, then hit play, do these elements appear in the right place? Yay. Place, rhinos, image, flogs, jacks, blacks, human, opals. Yes. All of that looks okay for now. Till we redo all the art. Okay. Nice. Okay, in that case, forgot how it is good. What's good? Oh, YouTube videos. Angara. Okay, okay. I will give that a lesson later. Right now, it is time for my first break. So, we are going to save our current work, get the started fixing screen size independent. Layout in game. Titles, background, titles, and guesses are okay. Okay. Good snack. Show me the Git. Yes, Git. Git is our friend. Git keeps us safe. Oh. All right. Restroom. Snack break. Okay, let's see. Be back soon. Okay, we are back. Yes. Meaningful Git commit messages are good. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's nice to be able to do something like git log dash in 10, right? So I know exactly what I was working on. You know, you've seen every one of these Git messages on my screen while I stream. Maybe not you personally, but I have a log of what I was working on. That's always nice. Yes, keeping a record. I actually find that the programmer journal the developer journal I've been keeping has been really nice too, because I can see what I was working on. I can talk about the bugs in more detail than just a commit message will tell me. And then I can look up the git messages from those days and see what commits, and it kind of aligns with what I've written here. So yeah, it is good to write meaningful git commit messages. All right, next piece. Oh, pardon me. My allergies are killing me today. I want to do two things. I want to do it in a couple of places. 1024.0 is here. I want to constant double reference width 1024.0 reference height is 768. Place reference width reference height. Because later we will redo all of the art in a higher resolution 1920 by whatever. And so our reference height will actually be different as we progress through this fun project. Let's see. Yep. All that was fine. So the game scene. We're going to do the same exact thing. Place reference height. Our reference width. Also, this decreases the chances of myself making a stupid typo. It happens sometimes. It is on the list of things I should learn deeper to work in. Yeah. Um, Git can be amazingly complicated. Already, it's complicated. It's very powerful, though. Yeah, a lot of places use it, so it's probably good to learn it, just so you don't ruin their builds with your bad commits or by rebasing the wrong things. It, there are some nice things it does very well, but I wish that they had chosen a more consistent command structure or better names and options for the different commands. But I already see an algorithm called min-max. If you're talking about the min-max algorithm for like solving chess, checkers, tic-tac-toe, yes, I have. I have seen that one. It was quite clever. For my AI class, we had to write a game that would play Connect 4, and then we played against each other's AIs. And we used the min-max algorithm. And I got third place. There were two who beat me. Yeah, it's pretty clever. Min-max with alpha pruning, is that right? It's called alpha pruning. It's been a long time since I've done this. If I remember right, alpha pruning says if one of these guesses is definitely the best, then we don't have to go down the other trees, or we can eliminate trees below a certain threshold. So you actually reduce the amount of subtrees you have to traverse. Yeah, yep, AI is a huge topic. Okay, here is another thing I may want to do. Because I'm tired of typing things in certain ways, so let's get in here. These are going to become macros. Scale versus width. Yep, you are correct. AI is usually defined as whatever a computer is not good at yet. That's about the best the best way to do it. Once you know the algorithm for something, it's no longer artificially intelligent. It's just an algorithm. Let's see, I'm just looking up some syntax. Value. And it's going to return that. Let's see if that works. Oops. We are first going to make a copy of all of this, comment it out. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Search for this, then find the first multiply, find the divide, grab that word, find the equals, and we say scale versus width of that value. Yeah, we'll just do it like this. So the height, width, height. We can see if that compiles. If it does, then we should be good to go. There's error calculations, yeah, and there's processing time. How deep down the min-max tree do you go before you've used up so much time that it feels bad to play? Yep. Scale versus height. Oh. So that worked. I think it means we can further reduce our chances of error. Scale versus height. 100. There we go. And font is always scale versus height. Oh dear. These fonts are not scaled, are not done the same way. It's easy to fix. Scale versus height. 32. 24 and 18. Four, 18. That should be just about there. Yeah, so the semester I took artificial intelligence. I also had compilers. And I did not sleep much that semester, partly because I also decided any assignment that I had to do, I was going to, if possible, add a user interface. So I taught myself Qt that semester on my class project. So my AI Connect 4 program, it was built with Qt and had a user interface, which was a good choice. I didn't sleep much that semester, but when it came to senior design, it was not hard at all. Okay. So that seemed to have worked. Here's for the update. Our main menu layout. I think this is big enough win to keep it. Ooh, ouch. Nope. Like that. Okay. This one is scale. Oops. I should not remove those until I've cleaned up. This is height. This is height. 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 This one is scale versus height. One. Yeah, a lot of people just use tools without knowing what really goes on behind the scenes. So I did think my AI class was pretty interesting. Then I like these macros. These make it so I'm less likely to make a mistake. Yep, perfect. GameScene. Get this. These are 1, 2. This will be a width, height, height. Width, height, width, height. Width. 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 Height, height, width. Height. Okay. All right. Now, scale versus width. All right, we're gonna make one small change to all of these. Put one more parentheses around everything. Just to keep the, I don't know what operator we will have this next to. It's rather to take a chance with operator precedence, not doing the cast at the wrong time. We will just do that now. So GameScene has it. MainMenu scene does not have it yet. Which is also why we put parentheses around value. Because value could be something like 15 plus x. So if you have this multiply, it'll multiply by 15, then add x. Well, it'll multiply by 15, then it'll divide x by reference with, and then it'll add them together. So if we put parentheses around value, then it'll do everything in the right order. So now, there's still a risk there. One other problem with macros is if you do something like this, then it'll increment x here, and it will increment x maybe later, right? So if you use the word value twice inside of your macro, you might accidentally get a double increment. So you just gotta be really careful what you're doing with your macros. Think about what the code expands out to. My allergies are killing me today. Okay. The reason I ran into that is I ran into this line right here where I'm adding margin. I just wanted to make sure that my scale wasn't going to mess anything up. There we go. We do it again here. Scale versus width. Oops. So it is scale versus height. Oops. Okay, bit of peanut there. Trying to absorb about macros. You're a Java person, so maybe macros aren't your thing. But in C++, it's literally just text replacement. So let's go back up to the macros. I noticed I was doing this pattern a lot, right? Let's get a scratch buffer. In C++, this is a macro that says when I see this, and then a parentheses with an argument in it, I want to replace this whole thing with this. So if we go back to my original version, let's go back 2 versions here. So I took out those, take out that, this one, this. Okay, so version 1. Version number 1, super bad. Slightly better. 3. Almost usable. Okay. So in this macro, if we did an example, let's say we did scale versus W of 15, right? What that's telling the compiler is replace everything above here with this 15.0. Now that looks fine, doesn't it? This code will execute just the same way I had the old code run. Okay, great. But what if we did 15 plus x? Now what this is replaced by is 15 plus x, where that value was. So what I'm getting is frame width times 15, then x plus reference w, because the operator precedence, the times and minus, times and divide, happened before add. So what I'm getting is frame width times 15 plus x divided by reference w. So it actually looks, so while this is the actual replacement, this is what it means. This is what happens. Is the frame width happens first times 15, the x plus the reference width happens next, and then they're added. So this is definitely wrong. What I meant was what this one will do. So again, if I do this, what I actually get is this, which the compiler doesn't care about. That's fine. But if I do this, with these parentheses around value here, is I get 15.0 plus x inside the parentheses, which is what I want here. That makes sense? Not here. I get this. let's see. Nope. Example 1, example 2. That makes sense? 5th grade math can be a problem in code. Yeah, when you're writing code, sometimes you're so distracted by the overall issues that you can forget what you're doing and get halfway through a thing, or your copy paste didn't work the way you wanted. So this one I just wrapped inside of another set of parentheses. So in the case of this one, example 1, what we get is I'm telling the compiler, do all of this, and then whatever else I do doesn't matter, right? Anything outside of this parentheses that I've replaced it with, those parentheses keep my macro generated code separate with those extra parentheses that I put in. So hopefully that why macros instead of a function, because it's not big enough to be a function, and functions incur call overhead unless they're inlined. For me, this is very local. The only place I'm ever going to use this is inside of do layout, never anywhere else. So if I make a function just as a helper to this, it can clutter my code, may increase my function call overhead. But I know it's just a simple text replacement. Then this is often going to be just a little bit faster, a little bit easier in a lot of cases. It's like a pattern I notice, but it doesn't require a whole function to do it. Does that make sense? I don't use them a lot, but if I start seeing the same pattern within a local scope, I will use them. Especially if I'm the only one working on the project, then it's a lot safer. Okay, that should have us up and running as far as we were. How much function costs? Okay. Ooh, depends on the language, but a lot of bookkeeping has to happen when you call a function. So one thing it does is it has to put all of the parameters into a place in memory where the program knows it can use them. Then it creates what's called what's it called? A frame pointer. It says basically when you return, here's where you return to. It stores your, the state of your registers, and then it jumps to another place in the code. When it's done with all of that, it then goes to the frame pointer and says, where do I return to? What do I have to put in that memory space? And then it does another jumps. And then it has to restore all the registers to the state they were in. So it ends up being a number of operations, which most of the time aren't a problem, but it doesn't hurt to know about it. If you take compilers or learn some assembly language, either one of those would help you get your head wrapped around what happens in a function call. I don't know if that helps. So y is equal to scale versus height of 130. There, that's so much easier. My x will be 0, I guess. If that's not true, we're going to go up to 150. It needs to move well, maybe 145. For each of the 26 letters, I have to lay out. X equals word width plus spacing plus margin times 2 plus a letter width. Can we just do current guess text? Not current guess. Guess is text sub 1 dot right. Basically get the right edge of the rightmost column of text, then add a later width spacing. I think that seems good. And if we're on the 21st letter, then we shift over the width of a letter plus the spacing plus the margin. Not sure I need to plus the margin in there. Well, we'll leave it in for now since it was there before. Y plus equals, yep, word height plus spacing. Set rectangle x, y, letter width, letter height. X offset moves over. Let's see if the letters show up on the chalkboard about where I want. In some strange videos, I saw functions being called by goto. Yeah. Oh, goto. Goto is a whole thing. So goto just jumps to another place in code. It runs from there. It's faster than a function call. But I would not use it except in very special circumstances. For example, on Friday when we go into my compiler stuff, I don't know if we'll talk about gotos, but I use a lot of gotos in my generated compiler code. So goto doesn't keep track of your stack, your registers. Oh, okay. That's not quite where I want it, but it's actually not far off. How much off? Let's just add another letter width or 2. Let's add 2 letter widths to it. So the problem with goto is it doesn't tell you, okay, so back in the day, let's see here, rewind, way back. Way back in the day, there was no such thing as an if statement or a for loop or a while loop or a break out of a loop. You only had goto. And it became really hard to read. For example, what is the sequence of commands that creates what we would think of as a for loop today? Well, it's hard to see. Or is it a while loop or a for loop that you've set up? Or is this an if statement? How does that overlap with other, like if you nest if statements? Where does this goto actually go to? And so they started calling it spaghetti code, because to follow any one line of execution, you had to, it's like following a strand of spaghetti through the whole bowl, right? maybe too much. So spaghetti code was a thing, and some very smart people said it's better if we add structure to the programming language so that you don't have to guess what a goto does. The structure of the code itself tells you. So then was born the if statement, there was born the for, the while loop, and now what you intended to do with those jumps is in the syntax. Yep, goto only works within a single compilation unit. Well, within a file. That's correct. If you want to do a long jump, that's an even scarier proposition. Guess it's 2.5. Okay, so that works fine. X, Y are the 21st letter. Some offsets. We set those letters. X. Okay. That should get all the letters in there, and they should more or less fit where they belong. Oh, wow, that actually was not bad. Okay. Okay, animations are working, the clicks are registering as we would expect. P and O are in, S is out, IN has to be in, so M has to be out, and H has to be out. BD, logs, there's my other letter. Boing. Nope. Okay, so it's working as expected. We need a few more things laid out. Oh, good. So we're getting the right edge of letters. We're getting the, what's this 35? You know what? It's fine. Scale versus H. There we go. X, Y width height. What is this 30? Scale versus height. Take a look at that. I think I saw a video of a man creating a snake game in a very old Apple PC. Yep. So back then their languages weren't very featureful. Nowadays, sometimes you have kind of the opposite problem. Where your languages are too featureful and nobody can understand what somebody else wrote because we use a different subset of all of the commands, all of the features. C++ has become like this. Perl used to be very much like this. I don't know about Perl nowadays, but there were basically everything that you could do had multiple ways it could be done. So you and I could write the same program, and they would do the same thing, but write it two different ways, and we wouldn't be able to necessarily read each other's code very easily. I call Perl a write-only language. Okay. All right, so where these journals will go needs to move a little bit. x5, plus so the y coordinate needs to come down like 2 or 3. And then the x coordinate left left side. Oh, 3 pixels was too many. We can come down just a couple. Okay, next thing up. What's 10? Is 10 spacing? 12 is spacing. You know what? Let's just use spacing there. Just see what that does. So if I get the, hey, there it is. I don't like where it is, but it's readable. Let's go to sprint mode. Okay, that's fine for now. That position doesn't matter too much. That up a couple more pixels, maybe. Maybe 4. Okay. That's why. Huh. Okay, so oh, then that's 10. That 10 is terrible. That's a spacing. Okay. 2 dot y. So we're gonna make x equal this mass scale versus width of 40. Y will be this. We'll have y plus equals this space. This becomes y. And we do the same thing again. This is y. There, that's much more readable. This is the 3 buttons that are going to fit on the thing. Where are we at? 4 o'clock? Oh, we've just about got this licked, I think. Okay. I want to drag the letters over to make more room for these buttons. So where do we have the letters? We're adding 2.5. I don't think we actually need to. And this one could go back to the right. See how those buttons lay out now. Okay, not bad. Can we move it like one more half letter width that way? Otherwise, that's pretty good. Plus letter width. That's 1.5 as an integer. Okay. You know, I can live with that. So what's left to lay out? The book. The books. Oh, I should label these better. Guesses. Correct guess. Letters. Reduced letters. Reduction. Spaces. This is where the journal, the notebooks go. Message. Buttons. Yeah. Oh, except for instead of minus 20, we're gonna say, oh, 20. Why 20? It's not 20, is it? All right, well. Equals minus scale versus height of 20. Minus 20 becomes that step value. I honestly don't remember where that 20 came from. So we'll see. But to see, we will have to beat a level or two. Oops. TASI, no H. Oh, oops. We should clear that. Those letters all go away. Prime goes away. Demon goes away. TAS has to be in. L has to be out. H has to be in. C has to be in. No U. So those books fit just fine. Ish. Yeah. You know what? Close enough. Do they all fit that like that? Let's go cheat. Can't be bothered to keep solid words, right? Yeah, those line up okay. The X coordinates just a little bit off where I would want it, but I don't really care to right now. I think we're there. I think everything is laid out, so we can do the things, and the buttons all work. Oop. So if we make some letters, they still swap. Yes, they do. Okay. I think that's good. I think we're going to take that as a win. I think I left any half-baked code anywhere. Nice. Lay out the game for multiple screen sizes. Now has... Oh, well, okay, so here's what I should do. I should show exactly what's happening here while we're... we should run this. Then in OBS, I will go share the whole screen. Let's bring this boy over here so you can see what I'm doing. Okay, so here's my words to the screen. If I go to settings, I can make the screen bigger. Now, that was not a thing before. And everything scales correctly. That text size feels really small. Oh, I better. But we can scale the screen to whatever we want and play. Okay, so I gotta get those 3 buttons scaled still. Because they were using the default 24-point font and didn't have a set font size. So we can do that real quick. That's easy. Let's go back to this mode. So when I say I'm resizing the screen, I'm really doing it, I promise. Save. Alright. So those 3 buttons, they have a callback. I believe right here, those 3. And 24 is considered a mid. Boom. Now they will scale correctly. Maybe. Oh, these are buttons. For some reason, I was not consistent with my naming scheme. Oh. Incorrect. Those are font. These are text. It's over here. Share the full screen. Settings. So this is where in 1024 by 768. Play, the buttons look okay, similar sizes to those things. Go to settings, let's make it huge. Go to play, and now that font is also scaled correctly. Okay. Good, good. Yes. Go to the journal. Now it has screen size independent layout. Minor improvements to layouts in main menu and settings as well. Cool. All right, where are we at? 412. Git, add everything. Git commit. Now scales, screen size, improvements to layout in all scenes. Boom. Okay, EggTimer and Stopwatch. I've got 45 minutes. I think I can get these two done in 45 minutes. Because I've kind of done these things before. In fact, I think. So in this case, an EggTimer is a thing where I set an amount of time and it runs down to 0. The other one is a stopwatch where I just measure time as it goes up forever. So let's go see what I've got here. Source. I think I've copied some old EggTimer code. Do I want the EggTimer to run its own handler? Do I? Single shot. Okay, so this may be more complex than I want to use right now. But does that mean I won't ever want this in the future? Duration is single shot is running start time. You know what? Let's get rid of single shot. I don't think I need that in most contexts. I do need duration. I need to know if it's running. Clock T, this is going to become a double. I'm going to remove all of this. I don't think I need any of it. So let's get rid of that. Duration is running. Duration, start, stop, update. Those go away. Life just got a lot simpler. Is running and start time. I guess. Set single shot. We're not doing that. Set duration if we are running. Cannot modify while running. Correct. Are we running? Is it single shot? Goes away. Duration. Start. We're running, we set it now, not equal to clock. We're gonna get our time from somewhere else. So functional goes away. We got vector. Do I want vector? I don't think I want vector. We want time dot HPP time. There we go. Stop. Are we running? Egg time handler, blah blah blah. Do I want to throw a warning in here? Just like we did up here? If we're not running, stop, already stopped. Otherwise, we stop. Update. No, not clock. Ooh, where did I go? Time. Oh, we need that. We definitely need those. Okay, so stop and pause. We need to pause. We've been doing pause and stop things. Reset. Which means we need a underscore elapsed. Double elapsed. Okay. Equals 0. So duration is passed in. Is running is false. Start time is 0. Elapsed is 0. Start. Okay, pause. We're not running. Pause. Running. Pause. What pause does is it takes time. Underscore start time. Oops. It's just the other way around. Elapsed plus equals basically how long since we hit the start button. Underscore running equals false. Stop and say pause and reset. Reset. Temp underscore elapsed equals 0. Add a little bookkeeping here. If we are running, we should not reset. Cannot reset while running. Otherwise, start time. What's that? Now, when I ask for the lapsed, and elapsed is after separation is running duration. Double elapsed. Double result equals 0. Return results. If we are running. No for elapsed. And result plus equals time minus underscore start time. I think that's it. We want one other function in here. Double T. Which is return elapsed divided by our target duration. In other words, basically a percentage of how much of the egg timer has been used up. Okay. 423. Making good progress, I think. Okay. Is egg timer in my make file? That's a good question. Oh, it is. Okay. Make sure it builds. Then we start looking for places where I use start time in my code and replacing them with egg timers. Oh, come on. Is running. Same problem. All right, we'll clean up. If egg timer works, that's going into animations. That's going into action sequences. Because it just makes all of my bookkeeping simpler. Not remade because of errors. Therefore, we compile. We don't need to clean again. This should be quick and easy. Okay. So I'm going to go into source directory. We're going to grep recursively for start time exclude directory dependencies. I hope that works. All right, let's take a look. Action has a start time. Exactly what I said. Like this is the wait until the wait for some duration of time. Animation has a start time. Egg timer was fine. GameScene has a start time. This one, this GameScene one, has to be a stopwatch. So we'll come back around to that one. Sound start time. I'm not too worried. Am I worried about that one? I don't know if I want it to be an egg timer or a stopwatch. We'll have to look at sound again. Stopwatch, we don't care. Okay, so it's action and animation where we want to replace it. Start time and duration. Egg timer. Um, let's just give us a default of second, maybe. Back to action. Okay, action. Underscore duration. Aha. Egg timer dot set duration. Underscore egg timer greater than duration. Underscore start time. So this is egg timer dot start. Update is running. Let's add some convenience functions here. Oh, that's fine. So is running is one question. Bool has dinged. Turn elapsed greater than or equal to m underscore duration. Day timer has dinged. Okay, let's break this up into two chunks. If the result is we're not running, then underscore egg timer dot stop. It kind of doesn't matter. The action just stops running, but it's fine. Not necessary. as the action doesn't process further. Okay. Oh, now we see how much we broke it. There. Oh, obviously. Compile. But that's wait for action. So the set durations are you know what, actually, so action no longer shows up in our find animation. Animation is going to need not action doesn't need time anymore. Everybody. I did. So egg timer. Duration and start time and elapsed time. All go away. And get replaced with that. Is running. Sure. Okay, so duration goes away. Elapsed time goes away. What was the other thing I said on the way? Elapsed time goes away. There we go. So let's go underscore start time. Egg timer dot start. Pause. Egg timer dot pause. Perfect. This one update. T equals egg timer dot t. We wrote a function for this, which looks exactly like this. Get the elapsed time, which is the accumulated elapsed time plus the current slice of elapsed time, all divided by duration. That now is just an easy function. Egg timer dot t. Okay, start time. Let's see here. What was the other thing? Underscore duration. Egg timer dot duration. We can pass that along. That's fine. If okay, egg timer duration is greater than 0. Let's start. If egg timer duration you know what? I'm gonna go to egg timer. Egg. We will add a function here to egg timer. Egg timer. Is valid. And furthermore, we will break it. The default constructor will make it invalid. So let's see here. Valid. Lead. There we go. Has date. Egg timer is valid. Turn m underscore duration is greater than 0. That's it. So over to animation. Duration. We just ask, is the timer valid? EggTimer is valid. If underscore EggTimer dot is valid, not valid. Right, if we set a duration, that is underscore EggTimer dot set duration. Duration. A little bit of bookkeeping stuff to do here. -1 underscore duration. EggTimer is valid. Okay, m underscore elapsed time. That's reset. So m underscore EggTimer dot reset. Okay, so m underscore start time doesn't exist anymore. M underscore duration doesn't exist anymore. M underscore elapsed. Good. Cleaned up. Remove the. Okay. Well, this is good for testing. So. Testing only. Okay. Oh, where are we at? Oh gosh. We're getting along here. What we want to do is make sure that these two work. It does not have a T. Why does it not have a T? M underscore. I deleted them accidentally. Too many keyboard shortcuts. No, that's not what I want to do. Oh well. So we verify that animation. Oh, I left it in, commented out. GameScene, that's going to become a stopwatch. Sound, I don't know yet. We're getting close. What about animation? Alright. File and run. And hopefully I didn't break anything. Oh, it died. It died. Probably because we need to clean and build, huh? We did change some of the memory inside of animation and action in the header file. So full clean it is. At which point I'll bet it works. But the animation did work. It did move from point A to point B. And now in the future, if I ever want to use that pattern again, have an egg timer. Means that for very, very, very common uses of time, I don't have to keep track of it myself. Animation's working. Oh no! Nope, that's fine. It's fine. I panicked. These won't animate because these are letters specifically not in these words. Okay. EAD has 1. So LC has 1. So let's just mess around here. Yeah. Animation's working. I haven't broken anything. Good. In the journal, what did I say? Add EggTimer and Stopwatch. We'll go ahead and do the stopwatch too. That's is running elapsed start stop reset. Double time. Stopwatch is running ellipse equals 0. Start time equals 0, that's fine. Elapsed. Double, so this is very much like the egg timer. Vectors. Not a lot of difference between them. Start. Stop. Maybe we'll go with pause. And reset like we have the other. Do I need a stopwatch? Egg timer should have a duration. Start. Assert is valid. Can't start an invalid timer. Egg timer, that's what I'm gonna go with. Start, stop, pause. So let's go to pause. Stopwatch. Set. All right, let's just see. That works. If it does, then we can add that to the game scene. The only other time-related thing is playing a sound, which... Nope. Almost there. Dum-dum-dum. Start time, end time. There's no duration. There's no elapsed time. They just go away for a stopwatch. Stopwatch. That should be fine. Time here, but I'm not sure I need it. Stopwatch might just take care of it for me. Okay. M__ stopwatch. Yeah, it is running. The stopwatch is not running. Ooh. Yeah, we'll just do that. Stopwatch that is running. ET delta time. Well, stopwatch dot elapsed, I think. _ stopwatch dot pause. Stopwatch dot pause. Pause. I think that's it. Okay, now if this works, we're in a very good place to do the last task in 10 minutes. Basically, while a speedrunner probably wants the animations to not play, I don't want a time advantage to someone that is running with animations. At least not in like the level interchange. Curiosity. Oh, yeah. Message timer could be replaced with an egg timer. But let's see how a sprint goes. Sprint play. And here's where we cheat. Wharf. And the timer just keeps on running. Okay. Now, in GameScene, when we finish a level, underscore stopwatch dot pause. When we start the next level, it should just start when we hit the first key. We ran a clean operation. Shoot. Close to being on schedule. This is about what I had estimated I'd get done today. Sprint. So the timer's there, and find lunch toads. Then we cheat. Relit. Timer stops. The text falls down. It does not start until let's do one more. 11:48. Risk, and the timer stops. 37:17. Yeah, that all seems to be working. Files, toads, chips, placed, rhino, stomp, round, match, logs, jacks, and waxed. And the game is over, but it did not stop the timer. And it did not play the loser sound. It did not pop up the thing. So, a bug. Now the timer starts. Golf, right? Lunch toads, ultra demon chips, waste rhinos, outline spinach, Edie frogs, jacks, flax, human, under opals. It's not detecting end of level. I've got a bug somewhere. Okay. Okay. In the journal. We've got a new bug. We'll have to deal with it tomorrow. I don't have time tonight. Not detecting loss correctly. But we have an EggTimer. We have a stopwatch. And when we're in sprint mode, the timer does stop when we guess the correct word and does not start till you start typing again. So that is perfect. But tomorrow, first thing we gotta do is fix that bug. Okay. EggTimer, stopwatch, up to date with game time. Action and animation. Now use EggTimer. Game now uses stopwatch. Open items discovered. Ran out of guesses. Ending. GameScene has banner timer. Or needs a banner timer. And sound time needs EggTimer or stopwatch. Okay, not bad. It add everything. Hit commit. EggTimer and stopwatch. Work in use. Animation. Action. Games. Commit. Mend. Gonna add a note there. So open items in journal to work on. Boom. Okay. That was a productive day, even with a slightly late start and not being able to run past 5. Okay. Not bad. Our list is looking pretty good. Some of these things are going to start coming up as items of interest. Good. All right. Well, we've been at it for almost 3 weeks. That is a lot of good progress in 3 weeks. All right. Thanks for joining. Appreciate all the chats and the support and that sort of thing. And we'll talk to you tomorrow.